Hello, hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to today's stream. My name is 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚. I'm a variety streamer. I stream art, gaming, and today I'm also gonna be streaming learning program how to program as well. I'm taking a course on introduction to Python, so this will be fun. Anywho, let's get right into it. Play solo. One more quick. I can see this is working as well. All right, there we go. And let me do this real quick. I like watching it, make sure my stream is working through my phone. Is Kick not live? Oh, Kick is live. Hold on, I think Kick is bugging out on my phone real quick. The reason why I have the Kick app open so I can just ban the bots immediately. There we go. And probably need to reset. Oh, neck model. Performance. On-road tires. Race tires? Differential. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we do have a track there. Daytime. Also, I did a 6-hour shift. Unfortunately, no break, so now I'm eating. Mm-hmm. I'm doing this race first. Oh, real quick. Why isn't my... Oh, well, I forgot. Boom. There we go. And I need to reset my model. So, unfortunately, I immediately forgot to unmute the desktop audio. So basically, we gotta raise our rep.
You with Anna right now?
No. She gone AWOL?
No more than usual. I just thought you two being a crew now, you might be hanging together.
Not all the time.
Did she ever tell you what happened to her last crew?
She said they couldn't take the pace.
Yeah, something like that. You watch your backs out there, okay? I'll catch her when she gets in.
Okay. Later.
Alright. Alright, chat, let's do this. Alright, let's start. Alright. I wonder, can we replay missions in Heat, like we did in Payback? Well, like you can, like people can do in Payback, like replay the missions. Let's fucking go. After this, I believe all we have to do is do the night races and boost our rep. Hmm. Final lap. All right. All right. Fucking go. Ooh. Got a drift event going on as well. You? Alright. Hmm. So all day events have been completed. We have to go to the night events now.
Found your way back here, huh?
Can't stay away.
Do this. Alright. So we got 3 and doing this one first.
Come back here so I can hit you back. Pull over. Don't make me repeat myself. Oh, you just made my night. Starting pursuit of a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Not letting him get away.
Listen up, we have a hotshot rolling around in a custom Mitsubishi Evolution.
Wow.
Suspect vehicle's no longer in sight.
I was trying to get to a fucking race, piece of shit. God, fuck me. I guess fuck me, I guess. Bullshit.
In the area. Start searching.
That's bullshit. What the fuck? No. Fuck this shit. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Motherfucker. That was bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. Nah, I'm losing that data. Fuck that shit. What the fuck? Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. What were the fucking odds of that? Bullshit. Ah, fucking nutcracker and fucking half. Bullshit. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Fuck me, I guess, on that. Motherfucker, fuck me, I guess. Bull fucking shit. What were the odds of a stupid ass cop right next to the fucking starting line of that street race? Bull fucking shit. Ah, now please. Unmute the fucking audio. Thank you.
Still wanna go for the league? Then this is it.
Hey, I do. But after what happened,
Look, that asshole might have taken my wheels. Well, that's all he's taking. So I'm getting my car back, and I'm in. Now there's a crew out there slaying everyone they go up against. Call themselves the Dream Killers. Word is the league's impressed. I'm thinking we kick their asses and take their place.
when do we start?
You're not on their radar yet. Get out there and change that. I'll be in touch.
No cop this time. Fucking thank you. Alright. Alright, who? Ooh. 500 yards remaining. Okay, where am I at? Where's this closest? Locations. It's right on the path, so I have to go other way. That was no. And it's a circuit and alright. Mother. Mm-mm.
You made it back in one piece. That's a win in my book.
You
And
ready
Carson.
for some more parts? Check them out.
Seven speed. Alright, there we go. Doing night again. Alright. Hold on real quick.
Take a seat, help yourself to some coffee, and don't break anything that isn't yours.
Alright, let's do this. Alright. Alright, let's do this. Three, two, one, go. Whoa. $500 remaining. Where's the nearest? I know. Should risk it for the biscuit, but it's not worth it for me.
You've had worse nights, and you have better. Look to the future.
Found your way back?
Alright, let's do this. Alright, another race. Let's do this. Alright. Fucker. Come on, come on.
No more chances. You're done. Engaging the suspect. This fool's asking for it.
One of the officers in a pursuit. And on the front before it's over.
Up 2 or 3. This is fun. Final lap. Probably getting chased by another cop soon.
You're not getting away.
Yep.
Engaging the suspect. We're back in pursuit.
I want everybody back on this driver ASAP. Don't let him get away again.
Motherfucker. Done. Yeah, we gotta scram. Chose the worst. I chose the worst fucking road. Bullshit. This is bullshit. I chose the worst fucking road. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Keep your eyes open. Suspect is still out there. All units suspending pursuit. Don't know how, but they got away.
We spent all this time chasing these assholes, and now we gotta give up?
Ooh.
You're slowly making a name for yourself. Slowly.
Drift zones. Beat them all. Beat all scores on.
Got a new list of parts just for you.
There we go. That's all the parts we can get. Alright. Take on Nori first. We didn't take on Nori first.
That crew, the Dream Killers, they seen your work and they want to put on some head-to-heads. Now, winning don't mean we get above them. They're only calling this a sparring session. But you ain't passing up a chance to bruise some egos.
What happened to we?
Yeah, it was we until the impound said they got no record of taking my car. Apparently, it never happened.
That's messed up.
You're telling me. Sorry, but you're riding solo on this one. Good luck.
Alright. Let's take them both on. Take on our... We first. How long you been playing and all? I've been playing for like a few days.
Maybe, you know, rethink some life choices.
Alright, we got this, chat.
If you need any pointers, don't be afraid to ask.
Oh, don't worry. You're the one's gonna be asking.
I'm right where I wanna be.
Alright, chat. Also, I'm doing okay. Ended up getting off work early.
All part of the plan. Hey, might wanna check that smoke coming out of your tailpipe. Made you look, didn't I?
Alright.
I thought we swap and I take the lead for a while. Now everybody wants to join in.
This numbskull's really getting on my nerves. I'll show him what happens when you mess with the wrong crew.
Chase in progress. I want this driver taken out.
I'm just gonna pretend this isn't happening.
Hey, how about some
Can't you just
backup?
crash
I feel like
already?
I'm the only one carrying the weight out here.
I got some extra units headed your way.
They just ended my ride.
Oh, another cop chase again.
They're so needy.
Alright. Okay. Straight shot there.
Okay, you won. But last time I checked, it wasn't just me you had to beat.
Alright. Should we take on Oscar as well, or... Where's Oscar?
Got some good news.
Yes, that's just the start we wanted. Okay, we know where the next one is. They're waiting.
Let's do this. Take on Oscar.
Larry went easy on you. I don't play that way. Time you found out what real racing means.
Let's do this, chat.
Gonna make you wish you never showed.
Uh-huh.
Someone got a lucky start. Whoa!
You had your chance.
Haha, here we go.
Control. Suspect has violated multiple traffic laws.
Passing through.
I want to hear all the juicy details on the car.
Back for more, huh?
Alright, whew.
I got a race on my hands.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't catching me.
Mm-hmm. They ain't catching you. Got it.
It's not over yet. Come on! You got lucky out there. Won't happen again.
Ooh. Got it.
Two down. How many to go?
Ha! Just one more. Her name's Jordan.
Do I want to risk it?
She's good.
How about you ride along?
You sure?
Can't have you missing out on the victory.
You're on. Meet you there whenever you're ready.
Alright, we're
3 for 3. You're moving up.
alright. Here goes. Let's do this.
Okay. Head-to-head's one thing. Let's see how you cope in a crowd. 3 against 1? Real fair. You can always say quit. I'm sure the league would understand. You beat 2 of them already. What's one more?
Let's go. Wanna play? Let's play.
Yes! We're out front!
No more changes. You're done.
I was wondering where these douchebags were.
Just started trailing a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Let's fire up the night.
One of the officers.
They don't know when to give up.
Back already!
I'm too fast. I'm too fast.
Too fast for those fools! You know, being out front like that makes you vulnerable? Just saying.
Boom.
Woo! You're killing it! Outnumbered and we still win. All that matters is that place in the league, and we're still ranked to take it. For now. You hungry? I'm hungry. Let's eat.
Let's go. Oof.
Yo, yo, yo. Look who's here.
Oh, shit. You wanna leave?
Hell no.
Not gonna steal, are you? Shit. Shit. Ooh.
I don't like waiting.
I don't like watching you eat. What the hell? All this from Shakedown?
Seen what's out there? Shit's like Christmas. Oh, I may have upped the fee.
Hey, we keep pushing like this, it's gonna blow up on our face.
Boss said go out and charge hard. That's what I'm doing. Trust me.
Yeah, well, then you both a couple of dumbasses.
Watch your mouth, Torres. Him and me go way back, since before you were around.
You really think he's your friend? Man, that's almost sad.
You be careful. 2 wheels ain't shit against 4.
He's a douchebag. He's a real douchebag. Lol.
I ate way too much.
Same.
How about we call it a night?
All units, some piece of shit has messed with my paint. Sweep west side, bust anything you find.
I think that's a yes. Still can't believe the amount of money he must be riding around with. Because when you got a badge, who's gonna stop you?
Be going fast. Alright.
At this rate,
Cool.
we're never gonna make the league.
Race joins crew complete.
Oh, you just got greenlit for some new parts. Take a look.
Alright, got new parts. So 36. Part differential. Upload 15. Refill. Repair kit. Okay. Actually, I should have just done it. Okay. Got some more races. What do you think?
You sparring with the Dream Killers? Made some waves.
That's so.
There's a serious race coming up. Crew versus crew. None of this one-on-one shit. If you keep going like this, getting noticed at night, we're gonna get in. That means a big step up the ladder. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Alright. Shall I do more night races? Okay. Got some day races. And I got a bunch of night races. No, we gotta increase our rep. Heat level 3. The initiation. Oh, we had to... Shit. Rep gain. So for this one in particular, we gotta be in heat level 3. Get some serious rep on that. Oh, fuck.
Hey, my sister been getting you into more trouble?
Alright, let's go. This one that's closer. We might have to do multiple races in a row this time. What is it? Alright. Yeah, get a rip up to 15. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Do this. Two, one.
Better hope I don't catch you.
Still way too close. All right. All right. Let's do this. Your turn. All right. What's this initiation thing right here? Bank reward. That gives as much of rep as the normal races, so unless there's an incentive, no.
Now you're really getting noticed, huh?
Fuck. What? Real quick. Alright. Do we need to complete all the night races in order to complete the story, or it's just to get enough rep to just have the rep to finish the story? Alright. That's where I am. Alright. At level 14. Alright.
You're doing okay, rookie. Keep it going.
Alright.
I'm told you're due for some serious upgrades now. Check out the
Extra
new parts.
aspirated. Turbocharge. You're getting that one. Clutch. New clutch. Kill switching. Action. Reaches damage car. Saves when crashing. Reinflatable tires reduces the time it takes for tires to reinflate after hitting a spike. Trip. Okay, should we do reinflatable tires or damage reduction? Because reinflatable tires would be handy for like higher for higher heat. Damage reduction is good for like lower heat, like probably around heat level 3, 2 or 3. Damage reduction. Alright, damn it, I don't know. Damage increase? Disruptor. Damage increase. Like, damage increase may be useful for, like, the final bit. Like, the final chapter of the story. Right now. Damage reduction. Oh, fuck. I don't know what to choose. Inflatable tires. No, for now I can do it with radar disruptor. Kill switch. Alright. Okay. Doing more night races. Oh, so I need those to unlock the best perform. Oh,
Hey, guess what? We're in the big crew versus crew race. Spec out your ride and prepare for action.
But what about you? The cops still got your car.
Don't worry, I'll find some wheels. See you there.
okay, so
It will all look better in the morning.
Hey, I got my hands full, but make yourself at home.
I need damage reduction. So we gotta get ourselves to heat level 3. Anything like oh, we got another mission. Let's go. Oh, that was too close. Let's do this.
You here?
Yeah. Figure it was time to see what this thing can do.
Wasn't that your dad's car? Lucas okay with that?
It's as much my car as his. Dream Killers are gonna raise their game tonight. We gotta do the same.
That's why we're here.
Just remember, we do well, and the league has to give us a shot. No pressure.
Sure, no pressure.
I got your back if you got mine. I love the
Aww, adorable.
This is a lot of car. You need a face car? Happy to take turns up front.
You got a long way to go yet.
Uh-huh. He was behind me.
You know I'm just toying with
All
you, right?
high-speed units, street race in progress in Edgewood Valley heading east towards the raceway.
All right, I'm on it, Control. Shaw responding. Copy, Control. Heading to Edgewood Valley.
Copy, Control. Responding.
Sounds like we're gonna have company.
Alright, let's do this.
You in the yellow Camaro, pull over.
This asshole again?
Hey!
Hey, I know you. You gonna pull over or do I gotta stop you?
I'm gonna cut and run through the trap.
What about the race?
It's over. This cop's not letting go. Can you help me out?
Sure, we're a crew.
I'm calling it. This race is a bust. Everybody brake.
Pull over. I'll go easy on you. I promise.
Careful!
You and your little friend gotta try harder than that.
I cannot get stuck without wheels again. Watch it!
Alright, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Nobody's taking this car from me.
You're starting to bother me.
Maybe taking Poppy's car wasn't such a great idea.
Don't make me smash up that chassis.
His trunk just sprung a leak.
Longer this goes on, worse it gets for you.
Alright, come on, come on.
Back off!
This car ain't built for this. This car is starting to feel its age.
Come on. Ah!
Don't know how much more this thing can take.
I'm fucking sorry.
You gotta get this guy off my ass. Really need you to help me out here. here. I can't do this alone.
Mm.
Did you just bail on me? Get over here.
I'm trying, you fucking asshole.
This guy's not letting up.
Do that one more time and I will end you.
I can smell smoke in here. Little help?
I'm fucking trying here. Give me a break.
The wheels are coming off this thing. Take that cop out now.
I can make your life hell.
Mm.
No! Get back here, you!
Like to see him talk his way out of that.
Thank you. You saved my ass.
Oh.
Officer Shaw immobilized and in need of assistance. Be on alert for a yellow Camaro.
That's our cue. I gotta get back to the garage. Meet me there as soon as you can.
Oh.
The battle intensified last night between the city's high-speed task force and its growing faction of rogue racers. City residents were treated to a bizarre scene as hundreds of dollar bills filled the night sky, leaving the task force to answer some difficult questions.
What happened last night was clearly a setup. An attempt to stain the reputation of my unit. Why? Because we are winning.
Oof.
Gotta say it's a little sticky in the low gears. But once it opens up, man, this thing's a beast. Okay, you're pissed.
You think? Mira esto.
Look, I'm sorry, I should have told you.
Damn straight you should have told me. You had no right to do this, Anna. No right.
I'll leave.
No. You know he was my puppy too, right? And in case you forgot, he built this car to be raced.
Call that racing, huh?
It wasn't until that asshole cop showed up.
Doing what you do, they're always gonna show up. Do you want to ruin your life?
I'm trying to make something of my life. I'm actually really good at this.
Good. This is good? This looks like it was driven by a college dropout who can't race for shit.
That's real nice.
Shit.
I don't have to stand here and listen to some has-been who's too afraid to get behind the wheel. We're drivers! Why don't you call me when you remember that?
Now I know how my old man felt. Ah.
Need a hand with this?
Dale. Take two if you got them. We're gonna need some parts. Man.
Just spent some time fixing the car up. Ooh. Shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was... Ooh, fuck, that was emotional. Alright. Active list. Current activity. Narrowly speed by 6 track vehicles. Alright.
There's a place on the coast. Scrappers down there do business trading rare parts. Now, I just know they got a grill for a 67 Camaro. Only trouble is, I can't get them to sell. Think you could go down there and plead my case?
No problem.
Everything. Time trial? Oh. Where is it? Oh.
Thanks. Oh, you should know, these guys don't like using roads. So I tuned a car and sent it down there, just in case you need it.
Alright. I feel like we're about to race.
Hey, can I ask you something?
Shoot.
You see any neon flamingos around the city?
Yeah? Tons.
No way. You serious? I thought I was going crazy. What the hell are they?
No idea. I usually just drive straight through them.
For real?
Yeah. Try it.
I think I will. Thanks.
I'm not gonna bother it. Should start Twilight technique. Oh, alright, I like this.
I told you I was gonna mix it up.
About time you threw me a real test.
Let's see how you feel when you reach the bottom. Got some crazy turns in this one. Watch out.
What? Okay, I didn't know. Oh my fucking god.
I told you I was gonna mix it up.
About time you threw me a real test.
Let's see how you feel when you reach the bottom. I told you I was gonna mix it up.
About time you threw me a real test.
Let's see how you feel when you reach the bottom.
What's the target? 25K.
Got some crazy turns in this one. Watch out. You gotta be hitting those lines for long.
That pisses me the fuck off. I didn't know it was a fucking drift event. Fuck me, I guess.
Nobody's gonna give us this. We gotta get out there and take it.
Bobby's Camaro's still kind of a mess. Hit me up when you got that grill.
Alright. I gotta swap to my drift car. Pilot technique. Let's go.
I told you I was gonna mix it up.
About time you threw me a real test.
Let's see how you feel when you reach the bottom. Got some crazy turns in this one. Watch out. What can I say? Amazing. Does anything faze you? Like, ever? I'd be happy with that.
Better hope I don't catch you.
You got company.
I'm in pursuit of a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. There is but one big surprise.
Okay, y'all, we have an officer in need of some jawbreakers dealing with a lawbreaker. Get moving, everyone.
Looking good. I'd criticize if there was something to criticize. You just pretend like this is challenging you just a little bit.
Do your damn job, Control, and send some extra units.
I got some good news. Backup's coming.
You gotta be hitting those lines for longer.
My car's about to give up on me. Help me out.
I don't have a clear visual of the people. Must have really pissed him off. Subject in sight.
A car like that should be this easy to lose track of.
Seriously
I want that
impressive.
driver found. No excuses.
Looks like you're too good for him. Okay, that didn't look like that tested you at all. But I think I got something lined up that will.
Alright. Day in the daytime.
out there just to get a feel of the city.
You've been approved for some more parts. Check them out.
Alright. Oh, fuck. Oh. Damn it. Fuck. Alright.
Hey, track set up and waiting for you. All you gotta do a show. And try not to lose.
At this rate, we're never gonna make the league.
Funny thing, ever since Anna smashed up Poppy's car, radio works perfectly.
Alright, let's get the next section done. Ooh. All right. Oh, off-road drifting. Here we go. Why wasn't okay? Oh, that was too close. That was way too close.
This
Alright.
is it. One of the toughest tracks out there. I just put down my score. Everything I got.
If I win,
You get to say you beat the best drifter in the city. Hell, if that happens, I might even throw in a prize.
Let's do this.
Good luck. See you at the bottom.
Come on!
Not forgetting that one anytime soon.
Fuck off, traffic!
Keep that back out. One last big slide. Come on. You're killing it. Why am I not surprised? Trying to figure out how that was even possible. Drifting at its finest. Flawless. Must be really tough being so good all the time. How's this not even close?
Alright, let's see who's better.
Things just got complicated.
Starting pursuit of a custom Mitsubishi Evolution. Not letting them get away.
Wake up. Got one of our guys in a pursuit.
Great steering.
I gotta disable this son of a bitch somehow. We could really use some more manpower, not to mention horsepower.
Backup is on the way. You can thank me later.
This is too good. That wasn't even a contest. knew that was over too soon.
Just
We never
laid
had
eyes
this
a
on the
target
slopes.
again. I got visual on the subject's car. It's a fine-looking ride.
Driver to me. Pull over.
Damn, I lost visual on the car.
Check everywhere.
Handle that pretty well.
All units suspending pursuit. Don't know how, but they got away.
Ah, shit. If everyone could just listen to my advice for once. I'm getting fed up with this.
Ew. Ew? Um. Oh, fuck.
No shame in losing to a better driver.
You sure about that?
I'm trying to be gracious here. Seriously. Didn't think driving could ever match what I had on the slopes. You showed me otherwise. Hope we can do it again sometime.
Pick the track, I'll be there.
I might just do that. By the way, you got something waiting with Lucas. I think you'll like it.
Wayne's last wonder completed.
Higher the summit, tougher the climb.
Got a new list of parts just for you.
Ooh, fuck yeah. Alright. Oh, this feels so good. But we don't have any money though. Wait, so these are unlockables? $350. Alright. Okay, swap car. Alright. Let's see, do a few more races? I wonder. Is there anything else left to do?
Some nights, it's just about enjoying yourself, right?
I was thinking, maybe you should ease off the nighttime stuff for a while. Just until all this blows over.
Nah. Do a few more races. Let's do this. What shit is this? Ooh. Alright, let's see here. Should we do another race? $61. Alright, okay. At 12. Uh, Daytime. Let's go. Wait, do we need... head to locate the car. Alright, got it.
The news is saying Shaw's still on the run.
You worried?
Aren't you? The guy's seriously unhinged, and we took a massive dump on his life.
If he's smart, he'll stay away.
Smart isn't a word that comes to mind for this guy.
Maybe Mercer took him for a little drive. Lots of gators in Granada Marsh.
Huh. I wonder what stupid tastes like.
Lol.
Lucas spoke to you about a grill for a classic Camaro?
I told him he's been out the game too long. And I'm selective about who I do business with.
No way I can change your mind?
Sure. Gotta beat me first.
There you go. Speed hunters.
Let's hope you got more to offer than that washed-up mechanic.
Alright, then I'll show you.
That lead won't last long.
Are you sure about that? How the fuck?
I'm just playing cat and mouse. I guess luck's on your side today.
Ooh.
Nice driving. Guess you'll be wanting that grill now.
Ooh. Lol poppin'.
Wait! What the hell?
It's not his fault. I told him to leave.
You what? Why?
Like the man said, I'm selective about who I do business with.
And you are?
The person you were really trying to impress. Your grill is on its way to Rivera's garage.
Who told you I was staying there?
That app on your phone isn't just a cop scanner. Well, not for me anyway.
You hacked it?
I made it. I'll find you when I need you.
Whoa. Okay. Alright, oh fuck. Yep.
Hey, that grill arrived. Sounds like you had a successful trip. Thanks.
Nice. Anywho. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Anywho, we'll be moving on to art. I want to do some art practice while listening to some YouTube. And let me just get that set up real quick. Alright, I'll be right back with Blitzies. Make sure to eat, make sure to hydrate. Mwah. Matinee. I'm back with Blitzies. I'm gonna get everything set up real quick. Alright, there we go. I do have a reference here. It's gonna be the hand. Everything goes well. Alright, yeah, I can also do that. Alright. Where is the... What happened to it? Switch it. Where's my multi? Huh? Hold up. Something ain't right. Where the fuck is it? Multi-chat back. I'm putting that up there. There we go. I'll put multi-chat back. Alright, there we go. Oh. There we go. Make sure we have this visible so you can see it's working. Alright. Oh, alright. We got this. Hello? Boom. Alright, alright. There we go. Oh yeah, so what I found out what Windows did to touch support is basically instead of having touch support independent to whatever device has touch support on it, like our tablet, Windows changed it to where now whatever your main display is, whichever monitor you set your main display as, that's a monitor that your pen, like if you end up using your art pen, instead of like the cursor showing up on the tablet, it'll show up on your main monitor, on your main display. So when you want to like use your art tablet, you have to consciously remember to switch your main display to your art tablet. It's fucking bonkers. Why did they do that? I don't fucking know why. But that's what they did. There you go. Okay, what the fuck happened? Oh my fucking god. Fuck you. Oh my. Fuck you, little shits. And what's my. Okay. Alright. There you go.
𝙂𝙚𝙬𝙤, which is basically a digital rights organization in Austria. So the authorities ordered full compliance with the user's GDPR data access request, highlighting widespread non-compliance by major platforms. GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulation. So they ordered YouTube to fully comply with the user's data access request under Article 15 of the GDPR. So in 2019, the privacy group filed 8 complaints against major streaming platforms, including YouTube, Spotify, Netflix, Amazon, and Apple Music, for not complying with the EU's data protection law, the GDPR. The vast majority of you guys, I'm sure, use at least one, if not all, of these streaming platforms. So think about the fact that they could be violating our privacies. Under Article 15 of the GDPR, companies must
I
provide
feel like I'm
users
in
access
a.
to their personal data and explain how it is
Maybe
used, who it's
else.
shared with, and how long it's stored. But according to NOYB, none of the companies responded appropriately. The case against YouTube, owned by Google, stood out. A user requested their data in 2019 but received only part of it, with important details missing, such as why the data was being processed and who else had access to it. Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind if you decide to hand over YouTube an ID or a video verification. It took Austrian Data Protection Authority DSB 5.5 years to issue a ruling, finally ordering Google to hand over the complete information. The lawyer at NOYB, Martin, said these delays make it nearly impossible for users to exercise other rights like correcting or deleting their data. The DSB confirmed that companies must fully answer access requests in a clear, easy to understand format. So Google has 4 weeks to comply, or they can appeal and they can just go ahead and keep delaying this data case for even more years. Obviously, though, you guys understand the
Google's gonna try to delay it.
YouTube has now ordered everybody who wants to have access to advanced features to provide ID verification or a video verification or a selfie, credit card, things like that. Basically very sensitive data that is revealing of our information. Now, if YouTube keeps losing these privacy lawsuits and regulatory rulings about privacy, it is going to be very, very interesting for everybody who decides to hand over information to YouTube. Obviously, for monetized creators like myself, we have to give YouTube our information anyways, but for those of you who don't have to, definitely be careful when you give YouTube and other companies your information, because at the end of the day, they're all being busted for violating our privacies, tracking our data, keeping our data, saying they deleted our data and they didn't, not telling us how they use said data, a bunch of things like that. YouTube has withheld a large amount of data, including information about the purpose of the processing, storage periods, data recipients, and the tracking cookies used. It is pretty damn problematic how long YouTube was able to delay a regulatory ruling like this, with that same lawyer saying it is absurd that a multi-billion-dollar tech company like Google rather engages in lengthy legal proceedings than to grant a user access to his personal data. Even though the authority found a violation after several years, Google successfully delayed compliance with an access request for more than half a decade. This not only creates significant costs for a donation-funded NGO such as NOYB, it also robs data subjects of their fundamental rights. Imagine having to wait 5.5 years for a regulatory ruling to go through, so Google can just give you some information that you requested, you know, your own information. And like I said, it's crazy how Google is going through legal proceedings and spending money when they could have just provided the user who asked for their own data, their data. I mean, it's just really, really nefarious. The case against YouTube and therefore against Google was simple and should have been easy to decide. The company had only provided a fraction of the data that it processes about the complainant and withheld information about the purpose of the processing, storage periods, data recipients, and tracking cookies used. It still took the Austrian Data Protection Authority 5.5 years to finally issue a decision. So I know I keep kind of restating this, but just want to make it clear. It took 5.5 years for this person to get the data of their own self from Google, and Google was willing to delay that shit for 5.5 years. Why are they so desperate to hold on to our information? What is going on there? They try to pull out every excuse in the book. Being well aware of enforcement deficits in Ireland, Google ultimately unsuccessfully tried to argue that the Irish Supervisory Authority is competent to handle this case. This alone massively dragged out the case. In addition, Google claimed that the complainant's access request was not precise enough, even though he had specifically listed the data he wanted to receive, and there is no such obligation to specify an access request. Making an access request should enable data subjects to exercise other rights, such as the right to erasure or rectification by providing them with information to access the lawfulness of processing activity. If it takes more than 5 years to receive access, it becomes impossible to exercise other data subject rights. So because this decision has gone through, now they're going to be a little bit more tough with their enforcement. This decision has implications for users of other platforms as well. In its decision, the DSP once again made clear that companies must answer access requests and in an easily accessible form. Google unlawfully referred the complainant to several online tools to download his data, as well as YouTube's privacy policy, which obviously does not contain personalized information about the data that is processed about him. So like I said earlier, Google now has 4 weeks to comply with the decision, or they can appeal it and make this go even longer. So we could go even more than 5.5 years of this person trying to request their data from Google and Google just refusing to give it to them. We could go into a decade here. They could delay this for like 10 years, who knows? So yeah, in short, Google lost another court-related thing about privacy. Remember that they recently had to settle a YouTube children's privacy lawsuit because they were apparently violating the rights of the kids by collecting their personal information without parental consent. Alphabet, which is the organization that owns Google and YouTube, also in 2019 had to pay $170 million in fines and change some practices for similar charges. It had something to do with collecting kids' information as well. And then Google had also been fined $1.4 billion before for collecting biometric data as well. So in short, YouTube is collecting a lot of our information. It is no coincidence that YouTube is starting to lose these court cases now, ever since they've started requesting a lot of personal information from us. Video verifications, valid IDs, credit cards, things like that. Remember, before you hand over this type of stuff to YouTube, make sure you know exactly what's going on with them and the types of cases that they're losing.
Oofers. Big oofers. Alright, let me get to the next video.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So today we have another up.
There we go. Alright. OBS. Alright, here we go.
Update regarding Collective Shout and their push to censor more video games they consider problematic. Now, this evergreen tweet is something I showed only a few videos ago, but it's relevant once again. Would you look at that? Because in a recent interview, a member of Collective Shout has gone fully mask off. They have made their intentions very clear in regards to fictional content featured in video games that they are determining whether or not they are appropriate for gamers. They said they don't care if the content is legal or not. They are going to be the arbiters of truth, and they alone will decide if something should exist or not. And also on top of that, when it comes to the consequences of those games and their removal, they don't care what happens to the player experience, and they don't care what happens to the developers financially. This tweet is relevant again. They care more about fictional content. They're treating fictional characters like real people and treating real people like fictional characters, and they're mad at you for knowing the difference. So quick rundown of Collective Shout in case you've missed the previous episodes of this long saga here. Collective Shout, a small group of feminists in Australia. They have been snipping at the ankles of many different developers for years with no success. But about 2 months ago, they switched up their strategy and now are going after payment processors like Visa and MasterCard and putting pressure on them to force platforms like Steam to remove their games. This has been very successful, resulting in thousands of games being banned or in some way censored. Now, we've seen a lot of backlash to this movement, rightfully so, from gamers.
What the fuck is going on?
And they have played the victim. Collective Shout has even gotten the support of the United Nations, who said this is the most serious form of online violence against women human rights defenders have seen in a long time. And you can see from this LinkedIn post, you have their supporters saying, I've been standing up to these cowards who clearly need their local police to check their hard drives. No one should want that content, and those that do need to be dealt with appropriately. Anyone who thinks it is mere censorship is definitely someone needing consequences. So yes, we're seeing this over and over again. Even members of Collective Shout vaguely threatening legal action against people. They are trying to silence and even put people in jail at this point. So what we have today is an interview from Jack Connor over at Tweaktown, and he interviewed a member of Collective Shout and really just asked the flat-out important questions and got surprising answers. I think even he was surprised at their honesty, their foolish honesty, be it at that. But anyways, they interviewed Caitlin Roper, the campaigns manager at Collective Shout. And this is just the intro to the article, and they're just going through what Collective Shout does. We already know that, but this is the individual that they are interviewing, a feminist activist who's obviously, like I said, the campaigns manager at Collective Shout, not just the manager, but also an active member as well. And they've been trying very hard to push the goals of Collective Shout. And here's some of the really key answers they gave to Jack. So here's one question, straight to the point. What types of depictions of women in games do you believe are most harmful, and how? And she says, the global research has consistently found that depicting women as sexual objects, as things existing for someone else's arousal, is harmful and contributes to negative impacts I outlined earlier. But here, the games we objected to went much further than sexist and objectifying representations of women. They glorified men's violence against women, portraying women as desiring and deserving of this abuse. They depicted extreme violence and torture of women. I've been working in this space for 15 years, and I've encountered some pretty extreme material, and what I came across here was some of the worst I had ever come across. Now, you can see the vague language talking about material, this and that. They're talking about video games. They're not talking about any content featuring real women. They are talking about video games. They're talking about fictional content here, and they're trying to make this statement that global research has found this link, but they're not clarifying whether this is about fictional content or not, because I think they'd be very hard-pressed to find any support for those claims. So that's why they're being intentionally vague. Now, keep in mind, they're talking about this harmful content, creating these dangerous depictions of women and girls. They are a cutie supporter. As an organization, they collectively supports cuties. In case you don't know, the Netflix film from a few years ago where it was about real girls around the ages of 11 and 12 doing a twerking competition. In fact, hundreds of young girls went through the audition process for this film, exploiting all of them. But they support the existence of that film, but are upset about certain depictions in fictional content. Just making that abundantly clear. And also they say, this extreme content, this is the same group that tried to get Detroit Become Human banned as well, and also have been responsible for getting horror games banned. So it goes way beyond what they're describing in a very vague sense. But here's another question. Are the concerns with video game content about the legality of the content, or are they primarily ethical/moral concerns? Now, I think we all had a strong feeling of what their answer was going to be here, but they make it very clear. So they talk about the problematic games they found will likely be illegal in Australia. Those were reported to the Australian Classifications Board, were geo-blocked because they had illegal and were being sold, or they were illegal and they were being sold illegally. The campaign calling on payment processors to stop processing payments on platforms hosting this content was also a call for them to enforce their own existing terms and conditions, which is very misleading because when Steam was targeted, for example, they added a rule that said now the content has to comply with payment processors. So they had to literally create a new rule on their platform because of the outrage coming from groups like Collective Shout. So they're being very misleading once again. But here's where they get it really, really clear. They say, however, regardless of the law, let me say that again, regardless of the law, the harms of glorifying violence against women and children are well established. And we would argue that any company acting ethically would not host or profit from this content. So all they have is an emotion-based plea, a demand based on what they deem ethical decision-making. That's what they're drawing all this from. It's not about legality. They probably found cases like they mentioned here with content being illegal in Australia, but Australia has crazy laws about fictional content in particular. In fact, most anime and anything with adult content from anime is on paper banned in Australia. In fact, they have banned adult content featuring real adult women if they look young, which is a crazy thing that happened a few years ago. Literally like the face of consent, like you can be a full-grown adult, but if you look young, however they define that, they would consider that content illegal in Australia. So they're using the very, very draconian laws that involve censorship in Australia to basically be the entire global basis for legality, which, you know, what's stopping someone living in a Middle Eastern country from applying their law to people like Collective Shout and whether or not they would have a say in any of this stuff? Like, it wouldn't really work out too well for them, but they make it clear it's not about the law. They just want to decide what is ethical, what's not ethical, and they're going to be the arbiters of truth in that regard. And it's all very, very transparent, and that's how we end up with members of Collective Shout trying to frame characters like Annie, the new grok system on Twitter, as childlike or something that should be banned because they look at a busty, curvy anime girl and they start thinking about children being abused. And now you have to suffer because of their delusions and projection. But that's what we're working with here. Some very unhinged people, but they continue on. So Jack asks, do you believe that people who engage with sexual content Collective Shout has advocated against are more likely to participate in it in real life? It's a pretty loaded question, but they say, based on the response to our campaign, men engaging in criminal threats to assault us, dox us, creating and distributing illegal image-based abuse content, sending us violent adult content and illegal CSAM. It is clear many of the men defending their R-word games perpetuate crimes of violence against women because they are doing it to us right now. They are comparing what's happening in video games to their experience of getting targeted online. And we'll talk about these certain threats they're claiming they're receiving in just a second. But they continue on saying these men make it clear
I can't do
that
realistic.
misogynistic attitudes required
I
to
can't do
engage
realistic
in
hands.
and defend R-word games
I
are not
need
limited to
anime
fiction and video
style.
games, but that they will and
Fuck
do
me.
perpetuate abuse against actual women
Not like
in the
me.
world. So they're using a sample size of Twitter users who are saying bad things to them as a entire representation of the male gender, and also saying, well, we have to punish all of you. Do you
Bruh.
see how reaching that is? On top of that, two very key things. There are women who are very vocal against Collective Shout. They ignore that that's happening, but also, if anyone is consuming fictional content and then it's affecting them in real life, they have a mental illness. And we should not punish regular people who can separate fiction from reality for the actions of those who cannot, who should not be catered to when it comes to legally available fictional content. On top of that, there's been a lot of claims that Caitlyn in particular, the one that's being interviewed here,
Let's see
has
here.
been
I can do
faking
another.
their own harassment. There was multiple burner accounts that they used as examples of them being harassed, accounts with 0 followers, and just freshly created in the month of August during all this, and also based geographically in Australia. It seems like a lot of coincidences, and also the messages just seem so ridiculous that, yeah, some people have suspected that the harassment they're using to now punish all men is based on things they're creating themselves. That's the theory some people
Alright,
have.
there we go.
But here's another question saying, what would you say to those who have described this campaign and its impact as censorship? Now we're getting into a
I'm gonna do some rough
territory.
art.
So they say nobody has a human right to simulate and enact fantasies of assault and extreme violence against women. Not being able to access these R-word games from popular gaming platforms is a minor inconvenience, not a violation of a person's rights. Payment processors get to determine if they do not want to host illegal content, including all of that stuff right there, which they had already determined. And so they should. I would ask those who view the loss of their R-word games as censorship to consider if they are concerned with women's basic human rights and the glorification of male violence against women. So again, they're trying to be intentionally vague here, mixing up fictional content with real life abuse, and they're trying to make connections that they can't really prove On top of that, they are trying to police fantasy. So now, even if you have this fantasy, you're doing something wrong. If you have fantasies of anything dark or taboo, apparently they can do whatever they want to you because they determined whatever that is inappropriate and hurting people in their minds. So therefore, the payment processors can start determining whether or not this content should be allowed. And again, the way they describe what the payment processors are determining whether or not they want to host, they're talking about things in a way that seems like they're talking about real people being featured. When we're talking about legally available fictional content, video games, that they are now using their own country standards or their own ethics in some cases to say should not be allowed. But anyways, let's go to the next question related to that, saying, how do you distinguish between sexual content that is exploitative versus consensual fantasy? And they say, our objection is to content that glorified violence against women and children. As I reviewed the content tagged with these certain themes on Steam, I did not come across any that was intended as casual violence, but this is a common trope that women want to enjoy that stuff, when in reality the violence is deeply harmful. And then they say, critics argue this removes agency from women creating or consuming adult content. How do you reconcile protection with freedom of choice? And the Collective Shout employee says, there is no greater removal of a women's agency than R-wording. Media that glorifies violence against women harms all women regardless of whether a few women participate in its creation or consumption. It seems like right here they're completely misleading the point here. They're
dodging the question as
someone
well.
being victimized in real life. Again, this is in reference to these consensual fantasies featured in video games. And they're also saying if women participate in the creation of this, they're also wrong as well, and they don't get a say in what they get to do, which is pretty ironic when we're talking about a loss of agency here. And you think about, that well-known
They don't
fact
care
when it
about
comes
anyone's
to
rights.
hentai, for example, in Japan. The majority of artists are women. That is a fact. So you're basically saying anything that gets produced out of that features anything taboo or extreme in fictional settings, oh, well, they don't count because these women, they're siding with these men who are just wrong. It's a really big reach, to say the least. And again, roll it back here. They're saying that this media just cannot exist. But then they defend cuties featuring real children being exploited. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. But next question. What would you say to the thousands of developers who worked on these games that are currently legal and have suffered financial damages due to their game now being removed? And they say, really just in the highlighted parts, all you need to know, we are not responsible for or privy to the platform's processes, and we stand by our call to payment processors not to process payments on platforms knowingly hosting and profiting from R-word games. Now, we're, again, talking about...
I kind of like using it as a base, but I gotta...
places, but we're also
I
talking
gotta
about games
improve on it as well.
that include horror games. They have facilitated the ban of games that don't even feature the thing that they're using as the only justification to go in there. What are we talking about here? It is such a blatant deflection of what's actually going on here, and they're trying to gaslight you into thinking this is all about something featuring extreme content, and again, just very vague language, and that is on purpose. They care more about protecting fictional characters than they do, not just for the experience of gamers, but for the developers making them. They don't care if they lose money, if they have financial hardships because they decided their game shouldn't be allowed ethically. Do you not see the crazy dichotomy here? They care more about fictional characters than real people, as long as it serves their narrative and their beliefs. That's why Collective Shout and groups like them are so dangerous. They can't just look at something they don't like in fiction and say, that's not for me. I find it disgusting, whatever. But I'm just going to ignore it. No, they dig into the bowels of places like Steam, trying to find anything that upsets them morally, and they don't just look away. They look right at it and say, that has to go. Nobody should be able to have that. That's the issue here.
That's
why
up.
people are so strongly against Collective Shout. They should not be the arbiters of truth in what's allowed and what's ethical or legal or what have you. And there's another question, this time shifting it to violent video games. So They say violent content games where players massacre people is sold without issue, but sexual content is being targeted. What do you think about sexuality, particularly involving women, draws more scrutiny than violence? And they say, I'm not sure that I agree that violent content is sold without issue. It most certainly is at this point. There's been a lot of attempts to get rid of violent content. They have failed. They were something that were laughed at, or at least in hindsight, movements that are now laughed at, like Jack Thompson, for example, trying to get GTA banned. We look back now and think that guy's an absolute clown. But anyways, they say there has been a discussion about violence in media and video games and a connection to real-world violence. However, Collective Shout's work focuses on sexual objectification, exploitation of women and girls, and how media, advertising, and popular culture can contribute to this, normalize, justify, or even trivialize it. The reality is that an alarming number of women and girls experience violence and abuse by men, and this is the cultural context in which this violence occurs, a culture that routinely portrays women as sexualized, objectified bodies for men's use in entertainment, and which normalizes, excuses, and glorifies it. So again, they're focusing on the mentally ill people who see something in media and fiction and go, oh, that means I can do that in real life. They are mentally ill. We're not going to cater to people like that who can't separate fiction from reality. But they ask another question saying, if advocating for the removal of these games is based on grounds that they are illegal, would you and Collective Shout agree that the removal of games depicting murder and any other illegal activities? And they say, again, our work focuses on combating sexual objectification. They basically say that, well, we're focusing on our little corner here of concerns, but it's a good point that they raised in the question. Like, if you are worried about abuse, violence of any form being replicated in real life based on fantasies depicted in video games, why are you stopping at one point but not extending it to violence in general? Like, if there's a game you can go around harming women in a non-sexual way, just physically hurting them, explain to me why that harm is not something of their concern. It's weird. It seems like they're afraid to go after big targets, especially now. I mean, they have a very good time bullying a bunch of small indie developers who
Yeah,
might
because if you
be a
go
one-man
after
team,
like
but will they be able to succeed over the
Rockstar,
big giants
Rockstar is
of
gonna
the
sue the
industry,
absolute shit out of them. That's why
ones that have
they're
violent
afraid.
content? I think that's why they're holding their punches on that. But there'll be some follow-up saying, if not, how does Collective Shout distinguish between which crimes are acceptable to include in publicly accessible media and which aren't? They say, please refer to previous answers. Should payment processors like Visa and MasterCard be capable of drawing a line between what transactions are approved and what are blocked, even if the content of that transaction is technically legal? Should the same standards apply to films, comics, or books depicting similar themes? And they say again, please refer to previous answers that do not actually give any sort of an answer on the topic of violence in video games or the fact that payment processors, should these standards be applied to everything? Because I guarantee a lot of books that are being sold in stores that target women, for example, I'm sure they have a lot of very dark themes. Like, it's kind of a meme at this point, but yeah, go to like Barnes and Noble and like go to like the women's fantasy section, right? And it's going to have a lot of dark themes that Collective Shout would normally care about, but I guarantee they will never cross into that realm for reasons that are very obvious. But
yeah,
for now, that's going to do. It's going to do for this update on Collective Shout. I know it's a little bit of a long one, but yeah, it was a pretty interesting interview. They've gone mask off. They can't separate fiction from reality, and they're going to punish you for knowing the difference. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
it's pretty shitty in general. Like, what the fuck? Alright. Alright. I'm pretty. I'm kind of satisfied how these practice sessions turned out. This one especially. like practicing poses. I wonder, should I make a wheel and have have just a bunch of characteristics and see what I can make? Would it be that kind of art? Draw a draw art challenge. Just have a bunch of ideas and put them into a wheel and spin the wheel and see what comes up. Like, would y'all like to see that for next art art stream? Anywho, I'm gonna probably move on to programming. I'm not sure if Twitch or I'm not sure if Twitch or Kick has like topics based off programming, like in Python specifically, but I'll find out soon. Anywho, I'm gonna get everything set up for programming, and I'll be right back with Blitzies. Make sure to take a break, stand up, stretch, use the bathroom, make sure to eat, and make sure to hydrate. Alright? Alright, I'll be right back, Blitzies. Matinee! I'm back, I'm back. Quickly, blah blah blah. I may have to just quickly make a duplicate, a duplicate scene, and yeah. Hold on real quick. I'm quickly making something. There we go. Yeah, I have to, because I didn't plan this out properly, so I have to just, blah, 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 just wing it. Let's see here. Copy, and then boom. All right. There we go. You're gonna witness coding in real time. All right. Oh, real quick, let me folder. Next. Maybe more comfortable like that. Go. Jeez. Oops. Alright. And new file. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very inefficient. Oh fuck. Hold on.
Flowchart that starts
There we
with
go.
this oval, which
So basically, meow meow meow, print meow, print meow, print meow. We're learning how to make a loop, basically. Multi-chat going up here. And alright. There we go. Sorry, dude. Yeah. So I think I'm too close to the monitor. I'm hungry. So I'm gonna eat and code at the same time.
just means start reading here. And then notice it goes via arrows to a meow, 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 and then it stops. It's perfectly correct, and honestly, it's wonderfully simple, but I dare say we can find fault with my code nonetheless. Why is my code arguably poorly designed?
Go
The
first.
answer is going to be loops in some way, but let's see if we can identify in what way the code is actually poorly designed in some sense. Let's see. Any thoughts, Alex?
Okay, so I mean, repeating the same action like 3 times or even more is not a good habit.
Yeah, I'm just repeating myself. And honestly, it's not that big a deal if we go back to my code here.
Welcome, Garrus.
Doing such a bad thing by just printing meow.
Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? My name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a Friday streamer. I stream video games, draw art. As you can see now, I've recently gone into coding. So, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I did a poll on both my Twitter and Blue Sky, and also in my Discord server if people want to see me learn how to code. And it is a tripartisan yes. So, how have you been today? Have you had a good day? Are you eating, hydrating too?
Meow, meow, meow 3 times? Not really, but let's consider the logical extension of this. Suppose I wanted to meow 4 times, or 5 times, or 50 times, or 500 times. Do you really think, even if you've never programmed before, is the solution to this problem really going to be to hit copy paste 50 times? Like, probably not. We can probably do better than that. And beyond it just being ugly at that point, having so many lines of identical code, just imagine if you wanted to change the code. Maybe I change my mind and I don't want to make a cat, I want to make a dog. So now it has to say woof, woof, woof multiple times. Now I have to change that in like 50 different places. And yeah, sure, I could do find and replace, but come on, like we're programmers now. There's got to be a better way than just repeating ourselves. So I bet we can do better than that if we think about a little harder how we go about structuring this program. And we can do that if we augment our vocabulary just a little bit. It turns out in Python, and in other languages too, there's a keyword called while. And while is one way that we can express what's called a loop, a block of code that's going to do something again and again.
Here's what I also make. All right. 1. Rename to. I like to page my notes, page my stuff. So, what do you say? Oh, fuck.
One way that we can express what's called a loop, a block of code that's going to do something again and again.
There we go. Well, it's
one way that we can languages too. There's a keyword called while. And while is one way that we can express what's called a loop. A block of code that's going to do something again and again and again, 0 times, 1 time, 2 times, 50 times, as many times as we want. But while rather leaves to us the particulars of how we express ourselves to do something again.
Yeah, I'm actually, hold on. I'm actually quadruple streaming. So I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm streaming on Kick, and I'm streaming on Joystick. I would be streaming on Twitter, but like, I'm broke and I don't want to pay premium. So yeah.
So let me go back over to VS Code here, and
All
let me
right.
propose that I do this. While is a construct that allows me to ask a question again and again. And anytime we've seen a question, it's been in the form of a Boolean expression. A question to which the answer is true or false. Well, how could I do this? How could I print out meow 3 times and ask 3 times a question to which the answer is true or false? Well, what if I did some counting, right? Like literally on my fingers. And if I'm trying to count maybe down from 3, I want to meow 3 times. I can put 3 fingers up and I can meow. And then I can put like 1 of the fingers down and then meow. And I can put 1 of the fingers down and I can meow, put 1 of the fingers down. And maybe the question I can ask every time I meow is, do I have any fingers up still? Do I have any fingers up still? Do I have any fingers up still? And if the answer is true, keep going. If the answer is false, stop. So how can I translate that to code? Well, once we've added this while keyword, I think we have all of the building blocks already. Let me propose that I do this. Let me propose that I give myself a variable. And I'll call it I for integer, but I could call it anything I want. And I'm going to initialize it to 3. Then I'm going to use this new feature of Python, while, and I'm going to ask a question, the answer to which must be true or false. And I'm going to say while I does not equal 0. So I'm going to ask the question while
does not equal 0. All right.
while I does not equal 0, do the following. Notice the colon at the end of the line. Notice my indentation. And just like with functions, just like with conditionals, you indent the lines that you only want to execute as part of this other thing. What do I want to do while I does not equal 0? Well, I think I just want to meow. But it's not enough just to write this code. If I were to very dangerously run Python of cat.py and hit enter right now, what might happen on the screen?
Explode.
Whether it's programmed before or not. Why is this a very bad thing potentially? It's not going to break things, but it might lose control of my computer somehow. Any thoughts? Yeah, Timo?
Hi. I think it's going to continue to print out mail since I is always equal to 3 and the while is always true.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm initializing I to 3, that is setting it equal to 3 on line 1, then I'm asking the question, while I does not equal 0, and that's going to be true. It does not equal 0. It obviously equals 3. Print meow. And the way a while loop works is that the Python interpreter just keeps going back and forth. It goes from line 1 to line 2, then to line 3, and then it goes back to line 2 to ask the question again. If the answer is still true, it goes to line 3. It then goes back to line 2. If the answer is still true, it goes back to line 3. And to Timu's point, if you're never actually changing the value of I, it's always 3, you're just going to be looping literally forever. And this is an accidental infinite loop. So we've got to be smarter than that. And I'm not going to hit enter because I don't want to lose control over my computer here such that it's printing out meow forever. Fortunately, if you ever do that and you find yourself in an accidental infinite loop, Control C for cancel or interrupt is going to be your friend. If you ever seem to lose.
All right. Another note.
Control, you don't need to like reboot or turn off the computer. You can just hit Control C in your terminal window, and that will likely fix it. All right, well, what do I want to do then after meowing each time? I think what I'd like to do here is.
All right. Print.
Maybe something like this. Let me update I to equal whatever the current value is, minus 1 here. Whoops, sorry, minus 1. So if I on each
I equals. All right.
each iteration am updating I to be 1 less, 1 less, 1 less, it should eventually hit 0, at which point the answer to 9.2's question will now be false. So let's see if this works. I'm going to go down to my terminal window and run Python of cat.py, and I indeed get 3 meows. Why? Because I've kind of wired this up, kind of.
Tab. Oops. Tab. Oh. I equals. I equals. Oh, okay. All right. There we go.
Like a machine in software, if you will. I've set I equal to 3, then I keep asking this question, but I keep turning the gears. I keep changing the value of the variable to make sure that ultimately it is actually being decremented, that is, decreased by 1 until we eventually hit 0. Now, for those of you who think a little more graphically, let me pull up one of our usual flowcharts. This is just a representation graphically of the exact same thing. Notice what's happening. I first start the program, and then I initialize I to 3, and then I ask the first of my questions. Again, the diamonds always represent questions, and the answer is going to be true or false. Does I not equal 0? Well, it doesn't. It equals 3, so if I follow the true line, I meow. And then I follow this arrow, and I update I to equal I minus 1. At this point in the story, I presumably equals 2 mathematically. I follow the arrow, and there's the loop. This is why it's nice to see this graphically, perhaps, because you can literally see the loop back and forth. Now I ask the question again. Does 2 not equal 0? Well, it does not equal 0. It's 2, so we meow again. We change I from 2 to 1.
Platform?
Well, does 1 not equal 0?
I don't know which platform do I prefer. And so right now my stream setup is made primarily for Twitch. However, when I can afford to, I will unfortunately be paying for Twitter Premium, and so I can solely stream on Twitter. Add Twitter to stream on. So I'll be pretty much streaming on 5 platforms. And how streaming on TikTok works is, you need to meet some requirements similar to how YouTube's partnership program works. And basically on TikTok, you basically need to be famous enough to you basically need to be popular enough to stream. It's literally a popularity contest to be given the privilege to stream on TikTok. But yeah, my sole goal for my streaming journey is basically to become the most self-sufficient VTuber. And that also means I want to get into 3D modeling and rigging, so I can basically make my own models. Alright.
0. Well, obviously, if 1 is not 0, so we meow again. We decrement I again. I is now 0. Does 0 not equal 0? No, it equals 0. So the answer is false, and we stop. So there, perhaps more so than any of our flowcharts before, do you really see the structure of what's happening inside of the program. And you don't have to get into the habit of making these charts or creating these charts, but just as a first pass at what's going on inside of the computer, that's indeed one way to visualize it instead. Well, let me propose that, like always, there's many different ways to solve this problem. And suppose you just like to think a little differently. Maybe you don't like starting at 3 and then counting down to 0y. Maybe your brain doesn't work that way and you prefer to count up instead of down. Totally fine. Let me go ahead and change my code here to set I equal to 1 instead of
and we'll rename this to cat down dot. All right. C V
3. And here, let me just change my logic. Rather than checking for not equal to 0, like maybe you don't like thinking in terms of not because it's a little confusing, and it might be, let's just check that I is less than or equal to 3.
I equals 1. Is less than or equal to 3. Oh, if I gotta stop.
So we'll be a little more explicit. We'll count from 1 up through 3, each time printing meow, but I'm going to need to change this line here. Let me see if we can't call on someone to change line 4 for me. How do I want to change line 4? To be consistent with counting from 1 up to and through 3.
I would be +1 every time you meow.
Yeah, exactly. In this case, we want to add 1, not subtract 1. And in fact, if you think about this, this too could end very poorly, right? If you start counting at 1 and you keep subtracting 1, subtracting 1, subtracting 1, I think we're going to find ourselves with the same problem, which is that we're never going to stop because we're going to keep getting more and more negative as opposed to ever getting up to the number 3. So I think you're right. I need to change this to be I equals I plus 1. And now notice, just for clarity too, the equal sign is, again, our assignment operator from right to left. Logically, this might otherwise strike you as strange. Like, how can I equal itself plus 1? Well, it doesn't until you execute this code from right to left. You add 1 to I, or you subtract 1 from I, and then you update the value of I on the left. The assignment copies the value from the right to the left. Well, how else might I do this? Well, I will say that most programmers, computer scientists more generally, tend to start counting.
Oh yeah, I should say, the purpose for multi-streaming is basically to reach as wide of an audience as possible, and also because income sources. Basically, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, because if something let's say YouTube, because of how volatile YouTube is with copyright and bullshit like that. If something happens to your YouTube channel, there's your only source of income just gone. So that's why I stream on multiple platforms. So if one of my sources of income is kaput, I still have many other sources of income available.
From 0. It's a convention, and it actually has upsides even in Python and other languages where, generally speaking...
And honestly speaking, that's how big tech works as well. If one of the sources of income it goes kaput, they would still have their other sources of income. Only issue is, let's hope that your income source is not your golden egg that goes kaput. Then, let's say don't let your cash cow go kaput.
It's a good thing to start counting from 0 instead of counting like we might in the real world from 1.
That's how business works.
Let's go ahead and adopt that convention now. Let me set I equal to 0, and I need to make a change now. Notice, if I don't change my logic, this program just became buggy. The cat has a bug. It's now meowing 4 times if I run it as is. But the easiest fix here would be to change my inequality to be this. Less than instead of less than or equal to. Now, I'm starting at 0, but I'm going up 2, but not through 3. And even though this might, of all the things we've seen thus far, seem maybe the least familiar, most of us might start at 1, 2, then 3. It's a good habit to get into now. Start at 0 and go up 2, but not through the value that you care about ultimately, 3 in this case here. Well, let me tighten things up a bit here. Not only will this now fix my counting problem, it now meows 3 times as expected. There's a more succinct way to express I equals I plus 1, and this is because it's such a popular thing to do in code. You can instead just say I plus equals 1.
I plus equals 1. Okay, that's... Oh. That's strange, but I'll get used to it.
And that's it. You don't need to put everything on the right-hand side. This is a special syntax that says the exact same thing, increment I, but it does it with a few fewer keystrokes. It's just a little more pleasant to type. It's a little faster to read. It's just a convention. Those of you who have programmed in C, C++, Python, not Python, C, C++, Java, JavaScript might have seen plus plus before or minus minus. Sorry, Python doesn't have it, so you cannot use that. This is as succinct as your line of code might get. All right, let me pause here to see then if there's any questions about these implementations of while loops.
Can we use stuff like for loops, which have a certain...
I'm gonna test it out. Huh? It's only me on 2 times. Hold on real quick. Print. Now, I plus equals 1. But it's only doing it 2 times. Hold on. Did Python change it to where it starts at 1? What the fuck? Hold on. You said Python starts at 0. I think Python changed it recently to start at 1. What the fuck?
These implementations of while loops.
Can we use stuff like for loops, which...
Now, I equals 1. Let me test this out real quick. I guess Python made some changes where plus and equals does not.
Have a certain I value initialized to it at the start, and it runs from the particular condition you put into the thing and increment it as you go along.
Short answer, no. You cannot do what you're describing, but there is another type of for loop that we will soon see. But let's come to that in just a moment. Other questions on loops using while here?
So I had a question about the flowcharts.
Okay.
There were certain symbols for the certain kind. Of the statements, sir, are they certainly used for that kind of statement that they are put there?
They are. So I deliberately
use anyone.
I deliberately use certain types of symbols, certain shapes here, whereby an oval is conventional for start and stop. I used rectangles for any statement of code, like an assignment or a printing and so forth.
Alright.
And I used diamonds to represent questions that you might ask, conditions, as we've seen. If you're doing this for yourself, if you're just trying to make sense of your code and writing it down, you certainly don't need to use these formal symbols, but I tried to be consistent with some best practices. And in fact, let me come back to this same picture, because this was the first version of our picture, but we've since modified our code a couple of times. This, recall, was the version where the question we were asking was I not equal to 0. Let me go ahead and just change this code now to represent the next version we did, which, recall, changed our logic to start counting from 1. It changed our question to check is I less than or equal to 3, but then everything else was the same, except for the counting, which is now plus instead of minus. And then we refined it a little bit further by counting now from 0 up to, but not through 3. And we tightened up this code here by just incrementing 1.
Oh.
By using the slightly more succinct syntax. So at this point, these flowcharts might become less and less useful for us, because once you've wrapped
I plus equals oh, okay.
your mind around
Bringing cat up. Cat up succinct. Alright, there we go.
around the concept, and hopefully the picture helps bring that concept to life. It's certainly fine to focus entirely on the code and only think about or even draw something like this if you need to wrap your mind around something more complicated than you're used to. Well, let me go ahead, if I may, and propose that we transition to another approach of types of loops using another keyword here, namely a for loop. And this is a word that does exist in other languages, but doesn't necessarily have as many features as other languages might use it for. But there is a different type of loop, not a while loop, but a for loop. And a for loop is going to allow us to express ourselves a little differently. But to do so, I'd propose that the easiest way is if we introduce one other idea in Python. Which is that of a list. And here too, no pun intended, we're adding to the list of data types that Python supports. We've seen strs or strings, ints or integers, floats or floating point values, bools or Boolean expressions. Python also has lists, which is another type of data. But wonderfully, this one's probably pretty familiar. A list of things in the real world is a list of things in Python.
Alright. This. All right.
It's a way of containing multiple values all in the same place, all in the same variable. So what do I mean by this? Well, let me propose that we go back to our VS Code here, and let me kind of start fresh with my code here and not use a while loop at all, but let me use this new keyword for. The way the for loop works is that it allows you to iterate over a list of items.
Alright. Oh, fuck, I need to fucking... Oof. Oofers. Alright. Now back to learning how to code.
So what does this look like? It might look like this. For I in the following list of items, 0, 1, 2. This is my starting point, and on each iteration of this loop, that is, on each execution of this loop, again and again, I want to print out meow. Now, I'll admit, I kind of like the look of this code already, even though there's some new syntax here, because it's just shorter than the while loop, right? The while loop had multiple
Alright. Oh, fuck you, no! Okay. For I
lines a moment ago, and it was entirely up to me to decide what I is. I have to check a condition. I have to increment or decrement I. Like I was doing a lot of work, relatively speaking, to make that thing turn, to make that loop go and to go. It was very mechanical in a sense. You can kind of, in your mind's eye, maybe see the gears turning as all of these variables are changing and these questions are being asked. A for loop kind of simplifies all of that. And it just says if you want a variable, like I, a number, and you know in advance how many times you want this loop to execute, 3 times, we'll just kind of specify what it is you want I to take on as values explicitly. In this loop, I will be automatically initialized by Python to be 0. Then meow will be printed. Then Python will automatically update I to equal 1. Then meow will be printed. Then Python will automatically update I to be 2, and meow will be printed. And because that's it for the values in that list, Python will stop, and it will only meow a total of 3 times. What is the list? The list in this program is exactly that, 0, 1, 2.
Let's test this out. Oops. Meow, meow, meow.
And notice the square brackets. Those aren't parentheses. Those are square brackets that represent a list. That's how you know visually as the programmer. That's how Python knows as the language that you intend for that to be a list. So let me go ahead and run this, Python of cat.py, and it works just the same. But it's only 2 lines. It's pretty readable once you have familiarity with that construct. But to my constant point about correctness not necessarily being the same as design, in what sense is this program perhaps poorly designed? It seems to work. It meows 3 times. But why might this not be the best way to solve this problem? Even if you've never programmed before, again, think about corner cases, things that may or may not happen. Think about extreme cases that really test the quality of this code.
Okay, I think that because like we are saying 0, 1, 2 3 times, and then like if you want to print a million, you say 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean about thinking about the extreme cases. If you're trying to decide for yourself if your own code is good or someone else's code is good, it might look so at first glance, but think about the extreme. Well, what if it's not 3 things? It's a million things. I mean, are you really going to write out 0 through 1,000,000 or 0 through 999,999. Like, no, you're not going to write that many numbers on the screen. There's got to be a better way. So let's do the better way from the get-go rather than set the stage for doing something poorly. And the one way we can solve this problem to improve the design is don't just manually specify the list of values. Use a function, someone else's function that comes with Python that gives you the list you want. And the easiest way to do that in Python is to use a function called range that returns to you a range of values. It expects as input at least one argument, and that number is going to be the number of values you want back. Those values are going to start at 0 and go to 1 to 2 and so forth, but they will go up to but not through the number you specify. So by specifying range 3, you're essentially being handed back 1, 2, 3 values. And by default, those values are 0, 1, and 2, and that's it. But what's brilliant about this is that now, to Hope's point, if I do want to meow 1,000,000 times, I mean, that is an angry cat, I can now do 1,000,000 by just typing 1,000,000. I don't have to literally type 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 999,999. I just do this. So that's got to be a better way long term. So that's indeed one improvement we can indeed make here, still using a for loop, but now using this range function. And just to show you something else that's Pythonic, this is not strictly necessary, but it's commonly done. There's a minor improvement we can make here, even if we're just meowing 3 times. And notice that even though I'm defining a variable I, I'm not ever using it. And it's kind of necessary logically, because Python presumably has to use something for counting, right? It has to know what it's iterating over. But there's this convention in Python where if you need a variable just because the programming feature requires it to do some kind of counting or automatic updating, but you, the human, don't care about its value, a Pythonic improvement here would be to name that variable a single underscore, just because. It's not required. It doesn't change the correctness of the program, but it signals to yourself later, it signals to colleagues or teachers that are looking at your code too, that yes, it's a variable, but you don't care about its name because you're not using it later. It's just necessary in order to use this feature, this loop in this case here. So just a minor improvement or change there. But to really get you intrigued by what's possible in Python, let's take this one step further. So if we really want to be Pythonic, this one, if you've programmed before, is going to blow your mind, so to speak, whereby if I want the cat to meow 3 times, what if I actually do this? Print, open parenthesis, quote unquote, meow times 3.
Hey, open your file. 5-ish. Root. Print.
All right, you have to be kind of a geek to think this is cool, but this is kind of cool. So you can literally just print
I think it's cool.
want, multiply it by the number of times that you want it, and you will get back exactly that result. Now, I've kind of made a mistake here, so let's see what this does. It's not quite as beautiful as this code might look to you, to some of you, to me. Let me run python of cat.py, enter. OK, it's a really like hungry cat or something. It's meowing really fast. But I can fix this, I bet. Let's think about now some of the basic building blocks we've discussed. The problem is clearly that literally meow, meow, meow is being repeated 3 times, but it's not as pretty as I want it. I want it to be meow, meow, meow on separate lines. What might be a possible solution here while still using this multiplication operator? And think back, we've used plus to concatenate strings. You can apparently use multiplication to concatenate strings, but more than once, again and again and again. How could I clean this up without reverting to my for loop or my while loop and still use multiplication in this way?
we can use the escape sequence, which should be \n.
Amazing. Yes, think back to \n, which is the way you as the programmer can express a new line in code. And I think if I take your advice, I put a \n there inside of my quotes so that at the end of every MEOW, there's a new line. Let's see how this looks. Let me clear my screen and run Python of cat.py. OK, so close. I like this. Let me call on someone else. The only thing I don't like, and I know I'm being really nitpicky now, is that it's meow, meow, meow on separate lines, but there's kind of this extra blank line, which I'm just not loving aesthetically.
I think we can make end equal to colon, not \n.
Yeah, so here too, like all of these things we've seen in past weeks are kind of coming together, right? Recall that the print function lets you control what the line ending is. By default, it's \n itself, which is why at the very end of this print, the cursor is being moved again to the next line. Well, we need to just override that. So let me go into my code here, and let me change this to comma end equals quote unquote so that it's no longer the default. \n, it's instead now going to be nothing whatsoever. That should eliminate then hopefully that additional blank line. So let me run this one last time here, Python of cat.py, enter, and there we have it.
Ooh. Yippee,
So
I'm
now,
learning.
You know, at least as programming goes, it's kind of cool that I can distill this into a short line and express myself all at once. Now, to be fair, it's a little less readable. Like now I've got \n, I've got ×3, I've got end equals quote unquote. So you don't have to do things this way. My previous approach with a for loop, totally fine. My previous approach with a while loop, totally fine, and in some sense, perfectly well designed. But this is just yet another way to do it, but it's not a good thing if you or your teacher, your colleague, your friend are going to struggle to read your own code. But this is a feature of Python that some languages do not, in fact, have. All right, well, let me propose that things get more interesting still if we're not just meowing 3 times only, but we're meowing some variable number of times. Let's ask the user how many times this cat should meow. So let me clear the screen here, and let me figure out, well, how do I get a number from the user? The catch here is that if I want the user to give me a number, I'm not doing math per se, I'm meowing. And therefore, the user has to give me a positive value. The user has to give me a
Oh, fuck. Oh. There we go. There we go. Motherfucker.
It's a little more pleasant to type. It's a little faster to read. It's just a convention. Those or trying to become less and less. And another approach of types of break you out of the most say while true positive input with infinitely many.
Get back where I was.
Fine, and in some sense, really well designed. But this is just yet another way to do it, but it's not a good thing if you or your teacher, your colleague, your friend are going to struggle to read your own code. But this is a feature of Python that some languages do not, in fact, have. All right, well, let me propose that things get more interesting still if we're not just meowing 3 times only, but we're meowing some variable number of times. Let's ask the user how many times this cat should meow. So let me clear the screen here, and let me figure out, well, how do I get a number from
So what I'm getting at here is if I'm writing code for myself, I need to make it as succinct as possible. But I'm writing code for others, I probably want to make it more like this here. For others, I want to make it more like this. For myself, probably more like this.
From the user. The catch here is that if I want
There we go.
the user to give me a number, I'm not doing math per se, I'm meowing, and therefore the user has to give me a positive value. The user has to give me a positive value. So how can I insist on this? Well, if I just do this, n equals int of input, what's n, question mark, well, I want to check, like I could say if n is less than 0, like if it's negative, well, I could do this. Well, then ask again. Int input, what's n, question mark.
You could just do copy and paste. Yeah.
Okay, well, what if the user still doesn't give me a positive number? What if they're being really difficult, they're not paying attention, and they typed in 2 negative numbers? Well, if n is less than 0, well, let's do it again. N equals, right, this does not end well. You can't infinitely many times keep checking, is it negative, is it negative, is it negative, right? The program would never be done written. So we can do this, I think, better, maybe with a loop. So let me propose this, a very common paradigm in Python when you want to get user input that matches a certain expectation you have, that it's all positive, that it's all negative, or just something like that. You just immediately say while true. You deliberately, and a little dangerously, but very conventionally, induce an infinite loop. Now, what is an infinite loop? It's just one that goes forever. And we've seen how that can happen accidentally, mathematically. It's absolutely going to happen when you say while true. Why? Well, the answer to the true question is always true. So this is a way of deliberately inducing a loop that by default is going to go forever. So we're going to need a way of breaking out of this loop when we have the number we want. The convention, though, inside of this otherwise an infinite loop is to ask the question you care about, like give me an int, by prompting the user for input, like what's n, question mark. And then just ask your question. So if n is less than 0, then I think we want Python to just continue to prompt the user again. That is, we want the code to stay in the loop, recall the input function, and hope that the user gives us a better answer if this time around it's less than 0. So let's just literally use Python's keyword continue, which says just that. Continue to stay within this loop. Else, if it's not less than 0, let's go ahead and just break out of the loop altogether using another keyword in Python, break. Break will break you out of the most recently begun loop. In this case, if it's not the case that n is less than 0.
Let me put in some notes. Continue means to all right. This could go into introductory notes. All right.
So this will work, and it will allow us to get a value that's 0 or greater from the user, but I think we can tighten it up further so as to not bother having an if and an else. Why don't we instead just say, if n is greater than 0, go ahead and break. In fact, it's not that interesting a program if we even allow the user to type in 0, so let's wait until they give us an integer that is greater than 0, and then break out of this loop. And what can I now do down here? For I in range of whatever that value n is, print meow. And honestly, I don't need I here, so let me come back to that principle.
Or break. And print there you go.
Before, and let me just change it to an underscore just to be.
For loop input. All right, there we go.
Be Pythonic, if you will. So what's going on? Lines 1 through 4 deliberately implement an infinite loop that otherwise by default is going to go forever. But I'm asking a question inside of that loop. After getting an int from the user on line 2, I'm then checking, Is it greater than 0? Or is it 0? Is it negative? None of which makes sense for a meowing cat. Like, I want the cat to meow at least.
Let's test this out. See, -1. There we go. It works. Hold on, I forgot. There we go. The -1. The no. There we go.
One time. So if it is greater than 0, break. And this break statement, even though it's indented twice, has the effect of breaking out of the most recently begun while loop. So once the user gives you a positive value, then we get to line 6, at which point we meow that many times because of line 6 and 7. So if I run this now, Python of cat.py, enter, well, what's n? Let's start with 3, where we began, meow, meow, meow. Well, this time, let me go ahead and increase the size of my terminal window just temporarily. Let me run Python of cat.py. Let me do it 10 times. Meow 10 times now appears on the screen. And the takeaways here are not just that we can meow 10 times or do something again and again, but this is a very common paradigm in Python when you want to do something again and again and again, but only until the user actually gives you a value that you care about here.
Rename. Cat inputs.
And let me propose, actually, now that we practice a little more what we've been preaching, especially when it comes to, say, writing your own functions. You know, now that I'm doing all this meowing, it might be nice to actually have a meow function that the inventors of Python didn't envision. So let me do this. Let me actually get rid of all this code, and let me go ahead and do this. Let me...
Seven.
Go ahead and say define a main function, as I've done before, and let me just blindly call meow3. Meow doesn't exist yet, but when it does, that'll be great. So let me go ahead now and define meow. So my meow function should take as input.
All right. Oh fuck! I need to adjust my back. Shit. All right. Oh. Let's do this.
Put a parameter called n or anything I want. And this part's pretty easy now. How do you meow n times? Well, for underscore in the range of n, go ahead and just print meow. So same code as before, nothing new here. I'm just putting that logic inside of a meow function that's going to have this side effect of printing meow. And now, as before, let me go down here and let me make sure I call main. And if I now run this code, Python of cat.py, meow, meow, meow. meow. It's always going to do 3 because I've hard-coded the 3. Well, let's make one improvement here. Let me go ahead now and maybe do this. Let me ask the user for a number. So let's say something like this. Number equals get number. All right, unfortunately, there is no function in Python called get number. That gets a positive number from the user. But I can invent that. So define.
All right. Define.
Get number, open paren, close paren, and then
define get number.
inside of this function, let me do this. While true, go ahead and get a number from the user, converting it to an int.
All right.
Asking them what's n question mark. And then if n is what I want, it's a greater than 0 value, a positive number, I don't want to break this time necessarily, although I could. I instead want to return the value so I can actually do
All right, there we go.
this instead. And this, too, is a feature of Python, this ability not to just break out of a block of code, but also to return a value in code. To actually return a value gives you the ability, ultimately, to return explicitly a value so that your function has not just a side effect necessarily, but it actually hands back, just like input does, just like int does, just like float does, an actual value to the user. Now, to be clear, I don't have to return n here. I can still break out of the loop, as I've done in the past with code like this. But then after the loop, I still have to return n. And so what's happening here is that if you use break to get out of the loop, but you need to hand back a value from a function, you still have to use the return keyword now explicitly, either in the loop as I did, or now outside of the loop. Loop, but still inside of the function. The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable we've gotten from the user, so that now down here, if I run python of cat.py, enter, what's n? I can type in 3. I get my 3 meows. Or if I only want 1,
def main huh? Okay, what did I mess up on? Hold on. Oh, okay. Get number, integer what's n, if n is greater than 0. Break, return n. Def, n. Alright. Oh, okay. Try to figure out here what did I mess up on. Alright, so okay, documents, non-type object. Def. Number, get def main, number, def get underscore number, while true, n equals int input what's n, if n should break, return. Yeah. Def meow n. What the fuck did I mess up on? Oh, quick.
I now get one meow instead. All right, so if we now have this ability to do things again and again in these loops, let's see.
I'm gonna expand this real quick. I'm looking at myself, see what I messed up on. Diff meow and 14.
The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable we've gotten from the user, so that now down here, if I run but then after the loop, I still have to return n. And so what's happening here is that if you use break to get out of the loop, but you need to hand back a value from a function, you still have to use the return keyword now explicitly, either in the loop as I did, or now outside of the loop, but still inside of the function. The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable we've gotten from the user, so that now down here, if I run here, now still break loop is back, so the value, but in this, I instead make this, it's a greater than 0. Value, a
There we
positive
go.
number. I do is a few ultimately necessarily.
Four underscore. Oh. Tab. Another tab.
But it actually hands back, just like input does, just like int does, just like float does.
Range. Invalid syntax. Alright. Try and figure this out. I got invalid syntax.
An actual value to the user. Now, to be clear, I don't have to return n here. I can still break out of the loop, as I've done in the past with code like this, but then after the loop, I still have to return n. And so what's happening here is that if you use break to get out of the loop, but you need to hand back a value from a function, you still have to use the return keyword now explicitly, either in the loop as I did, or now outside of the loop, but still inside of the function. The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable loop as I use. Use of this, there's no thing like begin of cat.pond here, and let me make sure I call main. And if I now run this code, Python of cat. Let me go to times called n or anything I want.
I want to see.
And this part's pretty easy now. How do you meow n times? Well, for underscore in the range of n, go ahead and just print meow. So
underscore in range. Oh, I see. I see what I did here. There we go. Number okay, so that
I can
yeah.
still break out of the loop, as I've done in the past with code like this, but then after the loop, I still have to return n. And so what's happening here is that if you use break to get out of the loop, but you need to hand back a value from a function, you still have to use the return keyword now explicitly, either in the loop as I did, or now outside of the loop, but still inside of the function.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. All right. So documents lecture main. If line 3 meow and line 3. Input. Line 19 module main.
The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable we've gotten from the user, so that now down here, if I run python of cat.py, enter, what's n? I can type in 3, I get my 3 meows, or if I only want 1, I now get 1. Meow instead.
Okay, I am having trouble what the fuck kind of mistake that I made. And try to figure out what the fuck I did wrong. Double checking, triple checking, what the fuck is going on? Line 19 and line 3 are the main issues. Yeah. Um. Number equals get underscore number. Okay, I don't know what's going on. See how much? I'm less than halfway into this chapter. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck I did wrong.
N or anything I want. And this part's pretty easy now. How do you meow
I gotta
in
try
time?
to
Well, for
see.
underscore in the range of n, go ahead and just print meow. So same code as before, nothing new here. I'm just putting that logic inside of a meow function that's going to have this side effect of printing meow. And now, as before, let me go down here and let me make sure I call main. And if I now run this code, Python of cat.py, meow, meow, meow. It's always going to do 3 because I've hard-coded the 3. Well, let's make one improvement here. Let me go ahead now and maybe do this. Let me ask the user for a number. So let's say something like this. Number equals get number. All right, unfortunately, there is no function in Python called getNumber that gets a positive number from the user. But I can invent that. So define getNumber, open paren, close paren. And then inside of this function, let me do this. While true, go ahead and get a number from the user, converting it to an int, asking them what's n, question mark. And then if n is what I want, it's a greater than 0 value, a positive number. I don't want to break this time necessarily, although I could. I instead want to return the value so I can actually do this instead. And this, too, is a feature of Python, this ability not to just break out of a block of code, but also to return a value in code. To actually return a value gives you the ability, ultimately, to return explicitly a value so that your function has not just a side effect necessarily, but it actually hands back, just like input does, just like int does, just like float does, an actual value to the user. Now, to be clear, I don't have to return n here. I can still break out of the loop, as I've done in the past with code like this. But then after the loop, I still have to return n. And so what's happening here is that if you use break to get out of the loop, but you need to hand back a value from a function, you still have to use the return keyword now explicitly, either in the loop as I did, or now outside of the loop, but still inside of the function. The last thing I'm going to do here now is change that 3, which we hard-coded earlier, to actually be the value of the variable we've gotten from the user, so that now down here, if I run python of cat.py, enter, what's n? I can type in 3. I get my 3 meows. Or if I only want 1, I now get 1 meow.
15. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm not sure the differences in versions of what a Python in which Python changed something, and I need to figure it out, or just probably to go through the Python documentation. Oh fuck. Anywho, I did leave myself a note here. Right. Oh, fun. Alright. Yeah, I just leave myself a note here because I probably need to step away, refresh, and then try to figure it out again. Anywho. I switch it up to here. Alright. Here we go. Boop. And there you go. Alright, there we go. Well, today was a fun day. Anywho, I'm just probably gonna go get something to eat, and I'll just try to relax for a while. That being said, thank you all for joining today's stream, and thank you for watching today's YouTube pod. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed your time here. I'll definitely be looking for more games to play, and once again, oh yeah. And I'll definitely try to improve my programming skills for next time we happen to do a programming segment for the stream. Anywho, with that being said, make sure to go eat something, make sure to hydrate, make sure to stand up and stretch, and also Blitzies, make sure to use a restroom. I know you haven't used the restroom for hours. Go use the restroom. Anywho, that being said, I'm gonna go relax now and enjoy the rest of my night. So I'm gonna get going now. Hopefully, y'all's day's been sorry. Hopefully your day, evening, night has been well. That being said, I'm gonna get going now, Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.